I'd like to welcome everybody out to the May 2nd, 2026 council meeting. We're looking to go into closed session pursuant to 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a
To go
motion.
in second closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to welcome everybody out to the March 2nd, 2026 council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Again, thank you all for coming out tonight. Pastor, if you'd like to come up to the mic, please, lead our invocation. Pastor Marlowe from Pleasant View Baptist Church. Thank you for being with us, sir.
Yes, thank you for what you do for the citizens of this great place. Let us bow our heads in word of prayer. All-wise, eternal God, our Father and our great Redeemer, we gather this day as we come from all walks of life, the same blood though. We come from different paths onward, yet bound by the same assurance. Through different talents and perspectives, yet the same calling to serve others. Lord, thank you for our great leadership here. Grant them peace as they lead Sunset Beach into a fresh dimension. Grant them wisdom rooted in grace and vision shaped by compassion and courage. Strengthened by your hand, Lord. And Christ remains at the center of it all. In the precious name of Jesus, our only hope, we pray thee. Amen.
Amen.
Sir.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
And action discussion resulting from closed session, we have nothing at this time to mention. Conflict of interest. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest with regards to any item on the agenda? If so, please state at this time. Go ahead. Wait just one second.
No, sir.
No.
No.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am employed at the ABC store, so I'd like to recuse myself from section 14.5.
All right, sir.
No.
Mr. Boswell. All right, thank you. Moving on, approval of the draft agenda. Does any member of council have anything that needs to be changed on the agenda? Not? Can I have a motion to approve the draft agenda?
Motion to approve.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, general council discussion. Any member like to start this if anyone has anything?
I have one item, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Myself and Mr. Posdale attended the GSTATS meeting last month, and some information came out of it. Just wanted to share. NCDOT gave a presentation on some different things that they're doing. Not really anything associated directly to our town, but for instance, they're doing some upgrades of intersections along 17, going back north. Where the Ashley Furniture is would be one intersection right there. Mount Pisgah Road is another one. Another location. There are some streets that are going to get repaved in 2029 that they have on a list. But I want to just mention that if we have any type of a weather event between now and then, there is a great likelihood that those will get pushed back even further. But some of those streets are, for instance, Dale Avenue, right alongside where Hardee's is, Westbrook Avenue. Both those streets run down to Lewis Street, and Lewis Street is off of Beach Drive, so Lewis will get repaved. And then there's some streets directly across the street from Lewis that will also get repaved too. That's really anything close to our town that's on the list that they have right now. Mr. Posdale, you have anything you want to add to that?
No, other than they're going to be looking at 904 from 17 down to the post office, basically, because there's been damage done to the last snowstorm.
Right.
And they're going to see what has to be done to improve that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other member of council have anything?
I have something,
Go
Mayor.
ahead.
Attended the Brunswick Shoreline Protection Consortium meeting this month as well, along with Mr. Arnold and Mrs. Bordeaux, and we gained some insightful information talking with other town leaders. We also had the opportunity to meet with some different companies that do various work along the coastline, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. So we were able to make contacts with the folks that will actually be working here in Sunset by the bridge doing some work. So we've reached out to them with some other concerns we have for the area. Also attended the North Carolina League a municipality's town and state dinner with Ms. Bordeaux, and we were able there again to make a lot of great contacts throughout this part of the state with state and local representatives. So trying to work on those grants and connections there, as well as a lot of networking to talk about positions and things that work well in various towns as well as our own.
Good.
Very good.
Ms. Bordeaux, you got anything?
No, sir.
Nope. Nothing to add.
All right, we'll be moving on next. Got a proclamation coming up. If the people for the turtle volunteers will come, please bring them in. The other turtle people, y'all just sit there. That way everybody can see good. I was gonna let you stand, but then I was like, there's so many of you, it'd be big. They can come all the way around. Yes, sir. Let's get them in here, please. They can all get in here. Just come back, yes, ma'am. If you will, come all the way back here to the door, and we'll try to get everybody in here where everybody can hear everything. Thank y'all so much for coming out. If you need to, hon, you can come on over a little bit more. You can come over.
More
yes,
can
ma'am.
come
Wherever
over
you-
here
yeah, you
too
can
if y'all
come
want
over. Y'all
to.
keep
Come over
coming
here.
around.
Go on that
Come
side.
on,
Thank y'all so
watch out.
much.
Please, come
Don't
on.
trip. How are you? Good. Good, good. How are y'all? Be careful. Look at your heated
More
pants.
turtle people.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? We match.
You too. Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Y'all
Is
watch
that
your
everybody?
feet. Hey, how are you?
That's all
Good
of
to
them
see
good?
you, too. Good to see you.
All right. Miss Carmel Zetz, lovingly known as the Turtle Lady, is a dedicated leader with the Sunset Beach Sea Turtle Watch. Her devoted over 3 decades. She has misspelled that. I'm gonna call you out. She has devoted over 3 decades to safeguard nesting turtles and to preserve the coastal environment of Sunset Beach. Ms. Zetz has diligently patrolled the beaches of Sunset Beach during nesting season, carefully protecting the sea turtle nest, mentoring volunteers, and educating residents and visitors on the paramount significance of marine conservation. She annually trains and supervises more than 200 volunteers, tirelessly leads beach patrols, and eagerly interacts with and educates visitors. And Engaging Carmel also delivers numerous presentations to civic groups, schools, and other organizations on the care and preservation of sea turtles while stressing the importance to care for the coastal environment. During Sunset Beach Turtle Patrol season, turtle volunteers are diligently to collect and document trash left on the beach to the state in their diligence to inform people of the detrimental effects of the microplastics on marine life. Over the years, the state of North Carolina has recognized Carmel for her unwavering commitment to safeguarding threatening sea turtles, particularly the loggerhead sea turtles, one of our North Carolina coast's most vulnerable species. And now, therefore, it is resolved, we, the Town Council of the Town of Sunset Beach, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim recognition of Carmel Zetz for her outstanding service, leadership, and lifelong dedication to protecting our sea turtles and our coastal resources. Ms. Zetz, if you will, come up, please. Excuse me there, ladies. I'll try not to smudge y'all. I'd like to give you this proclamation. But I'd also like on the town to send thank you so much. Thank you so much for all you've done, all you continue to do, all the people that volunteer to take care of it. We just appreciate you so much. Thank you. Great group. Great group. Great group of volunteers. We appreciate you all for what you do to our town. Here, you can put your thing back in here, okay? Yeah, they're gonna take a couple pictures of you.
And Mayor,
Would
if
you
I
like
could,
to say anything? If you would, here, wait a minute. There you go, hon.
I just want to thank all my volunteers that made this possible because I could not do this without you. And I would also like to thank the police department and the fire department for their assistance. They help us every day that we're out there. That's all I can say. I'm just so blessed. Thank you all.
You want to get some
Mayor.
pictures with some of your people? We'll get some of you.
Mr. Mayor,
We're gonna get the
Mr.
volunteers
Mayor,
up here.
could,
Yes,
could I say one
you
thing?
can. Go ahead.
Mrs. Zetz, we had some help from your sea turtle ladies to write the proclamation, and I'd like to thank Sandy Payne and Gloria Fleming for their wordsmith on the proclamation.
Where'd Kimberly go?
Kimberly's
Okay.
back here.
Thank you. You want to get some of our volunteers to come up here, some of your ones that really help you out there, which I know all you do, but I don't know where we're going to put y'all. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all.
You want to get a picture with her? We can hold that for a while. Oh, well.
We've got a sign. That's okay. That time, signed it. We've all signed it this week.
Still waiting for you to get your Yeah.
Okay, everybody smile at Kimberly so we can give. Yeah, let everybody smile at Kimberly.
You count to 3. You two should be in here. We are. We're behind.
Standing behind you there, honey.
Thank y'all for everything. Carmel, thank you for everything you do.
We're all good. We're all good.
Well, thank y'all for coming.
I'm here.
You mic'd up?
I'm not yet. I will.
Thank you, hey, Rev, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming out. That one working, Ken?
Testing.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Watch out.
As soon as you mic up, just cut it back on, okay?
Open to public comments. We need to have public comments in there.
Sure, right. Sure, right. No, I guess it's in the right. They're doing that so we can get everybody out.
Yes.
Before we vote, that's not. We don't vote to down here. That's just the regular public hearing. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Oh. Listen, is that everybody? Is that everybody? Everybody's in here from another room now? All right. Thank you again. Next up will be our consent agenda. 9-1, the meeting minutes, 2026 from February the 4th, closed session meeting minutes, the closed meeting for the second session at 2/4, 2/13 closed meet, January 12th draft meeting minutes, the January 28th draft minutes, the February 4th draft minutes, the monthly, and the monthly reports. Does any member of council have any questions on any of the consent agenda?
No question.
No.
If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any member of staff that's out there that doesn't have anything left is welcome to go home. Next up, we'll be looking to go into our public hearing. Our proposed UDO amend Section 341 signs to create sign standards for the MUD district, mixed use district. Do I have a motion to go into the public hearing?
I make a motion to go into the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public meeting is now held. I'll let you start it, and then we'll open it up for the public. Go ahead, Mr. Satterfield.
Yes.
Test it.
It doesn't seem to be working.
All right.
All right, yes,
Is that
sir.
better?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. We have a text amendment to consider submitted by Ms. Kelly Stewart, who is on behalf of the Carolina Dreams Golf LLC and the board of the Village at Sunset Beach Property Owners Association. This amendment is to create sign standards for the mixed-use zoning district. This item has been reviewed by the planning board and with the planning board back in October. Then a recommendation came from the planning board in December. The recommendation is for approval. At your January 12th meeting, you voted to schedule a public hearing, which was scheduled for February, but because of the snow, that meeting was not held, and we had to push this request to today. So a little bit of information. The mixed-use district is situated in the northwestern quadrant of Sunset Boulevard and Seaside Road, basically directly across the street, extending from Highway 179 to Angels Trace Drive there. Based on the information that's been provided to staff by the applicant, and it should be in your package, there's one existing signage out there. There's one four-sided primary monument sign. There's 9 project entry monument signs. There's 2 individual monument signs, 1 tenant listing sign, and then there are 3 directional signs on one of the bank out parcels. The proposal, again, is to create sign standards that apply just to the mixed-use zoning district. Currently, the way the code is set up is you have signage for residential zoning districts and signage for non-residential zoning districts. And the non-residential zoning district signage just wasn't working as it probably should in it holistically with for the mixed-use zoning district. Again, this is an application submitted by citizen Ms. Stewart. I can go through the proposal if you want, or just make myself available for questions. It's pretty complicated and complex, but I'm willing, at your pleasure, however you want to do that.
Pretty good on the correct.
So,
We're now open the public session.
just remember, council, when you go to vote, we do need to have a consistency statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, the public meeting is open. If anybody from the public would like to speak, you're more than welcome to come up to the mic. If there's nobody to speak, does any member of council have anything they'd like to say before we move further? If not, do I have a motion to close this public hearing for the UDO mixed district, or for the MUD district signs? Do I have a motion to close this?
Motion to close.
Do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next up, we'll be looking to go to the proposed UDO amendment section 3133321 to eliminate potential code conflicts, clarify tree schedules, correct grammar errors. I thought it was down here. Is it not down here? You put it together at the same time? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve amending section 3.41 of the UDO for sign standards for the mixed use district. It is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan as the amendment to the sign standards apply to the MUD district. and that it is the public's interest because the amendment will assist in encouraging commercial developments in the mixed-use district, which have been identified as the primary commercial node on the mainland, in accordance with the goals outlined in the 2017 Land Use Plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Now moving on, proposed UDO amendment, amend sections 3.1, 3.2.1 to eliminate potential code conflicts, clarify tree schedules, correct grammatical errors, and expand the color palette allowed in the Gateway Overlay District and the Urban Development Standards. Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight this is a town-initiated text amendment. It was initiated actually by our planning board in review of our gateway overlay requirements and some of our urban design standards. They wanted to consider, and they've ultimately voted to recommend approval, but consider some amendments that would help eliminate a couple of correct grammatical errors, eliminate some code conflicts, and then expand the color palettes in those districts. Just real quickly, those changes are outlined. The first one in 3.1 is to change the standards to say that if there's a conflict in the code between the general requirements and the overlay requirements would be governed, would rule that. 3.3 is a couple of typos and grammatical checks. We are proposing to eliminate the tree schedule in the urban design standards and in the overlay and just refer to the current tree standards. That's another part of the code. The reason why is that when this was in the code initially, they were all native trees, and when the code was updated in 2023, the code schedule, the tree schedule we have in the other part of the code are for native varieties. So it's a duplicate or redundant requirement. And then also they are recommending to expand the color palette for those properties. And in the code we have changed the standards, say the color palette listed as colors of historic Charleston, which has been found in an Appendix C. Again, the planning board recommends approval of this amendment. And I'm here to answer any questions. And when you do vote on this, we do need to have a consistent statement read, whether it's for or against.
Ron, when you say expand the color schemata,
Yes, ma'am.
there are 79 colors in the packet that we have. Are there other ones? So when you say the verb expand, I'm thinking that there are other ones
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
else.
Let me, I'm sorry, the audience can't see, but in the current code, this is the color that's allowed. It's 10 or so colors. And what has happened over time, when we start making copies, you start converting PDF, these colors change. So it's just listed as like mushroom and dark and earth and stormy sky. The planning board was interested. So here's like 8 or 10 colors here. So they were wanting to expand the colors to give businesses an opportunity to have just a larger palette to choose from, which is what you have in Appendix C in the code.
Okay.
We do have a PDF. I can pull it up on a PowerPoint if needed to see it. Although I will say when I put them on the PDF on up to PowerPoint, it changes color slightly. So what you have in your packet is likely going to be different if we put them on the screen. But this does provide a colored number. We're not going to hold someone to, if it's approved, we're not going to hold someone to that particular manufacturer, but it gives us a color number that someone say, hey, this color number matches this color number. Can we use it? Does that make sense?
It does. And I guess you're trying to find a consistent look out there.
That's the intent. My understanding when the current code color palette was listed, it was based on colors of Hilton Head, South Carolina. And the interest of the town at that time when this was done was to keep more muted colors, earth tone type colors, and not necessarily look like, I hate to say it, but Myrtle Beach. So that's been shared with me recently. Did not realize it when I was writing the code, but yes, sir.
Is there a reason why a couple of these colors are squared off or marked out?
That's we pulled them from the website. from that particular manufacturers, and when you clicked on it,
Okay.
that's where the box came from.
Didn't know if you did that or, okay.
No, we noticed that when we printed it, but well, we couldn't figure out how to eliminate that box.
Okay, thanks.
I would just like to state, I know Ron, I mentioned this to you several times since December until last week even. I feel like it's way too many colors
Sure.
and ask for other options to narrow it down. To me, if these 70, I forget how many, I counted them at one time, 70 some colors are
Bless you
there.
both, because I didn't count the number.
It would be a lot, and it's a lot. It's a lot of colors, and to me, it's almost like take the color wheel and pick whatever. I
Sure.
know it's the historic of Charleston, but to me, it needs to be narrowed down more.
Okay.
And I haven't changed my opinion on that since December when I mentioned it. So,
No, I understood.
but I like the idea of a color number way better than what was there before, and we did need to expand on the previous colors because they're very earth tone.
Right.
And it's 79 colors.
Yeah.
79,
I didn't
79.
count them. Appreciate
It's,
you.
well, 79 is
a
a
lot.
bit much.
It's a lot. It's a
And
lot.
you know, they're all colors. I mean, we've got reds, we've got blues, we've got greens, we've got yellows,
Some
we got
browns and
rose, we got rust,
Mhm.
we got gray,
colors.
and we don't want to be Myrtle Beach.
Right.
But
Color-
this sure does look a whole lot like
Myrtle Beach.
town I grew up in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Colors are, as you know, it's a choice, and what you guys might like, I may not, or someone else may not really like. So that's why I moved forward with the planning board's recommendation. Certainly, we can narrow the colors down if there's certain things you don't like. If you don't like the darker colors or the brighter colors, we can just X them out. Ms. Rigsby and I talked about a little strategy today. If you were to eliminate some colors, how would we codify that? And we're probably going to have to snip images out and then reprint basically. So if there's 5 colors or 10 colors or 15 colors, council doesn't like, we can figure out how to edit what you have and then make sure that's put in the code. So, I mean, we would need some, this is what the planning board moved forward. I've heard beachy colors. I've heard, earth tone colors. When I Googled what beachy colors were, there's soft whites and light blues and cool grays and salmon and coral and peach and, surf green and washout neutral shades and light earth. I mean, there's different sources for color. So that's how but I just want to give the history. That's where we landed on color. Charleston, it was a palette provided, kind of known that was out there. So we can amend this however you deem appropriate by council. If there's certain colors you don't like, we can X them and reprint.
Do we want to table this? Well,
We opened a public hearing right now, so we're waiting for people to get a chance before we do anything.
But all that makes sense.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Floor is open if anyone would like to come up and speak in regards to this. Floor is open at this time. No one would like to speak? Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? Okay, yes, ma'am, come on.
My name is Nancy Barnes, and I have lived in Sunset Beach for close to 23 years in September. Anything else you need to know?
Address.
Address 1314 Forest Creek Road. Okay. And when I moved here, there was limited housing, and I've also owned at one time in Hilton Head. It's a lovely place. It's very drab, but very nice. All the places are the same color. I agree with you. There is something to be said, because I also lived for a long time in New York, where Times Square is a bit overwhelming. It's like Vegas, lights and color, which it's very nice. I like going there. Don't get me wrong. However, 79 colors is a bit much. You don't need each color that's in the whole wheel. You need the wheel. Or when the police have to take a test, they get blocks, and they have to put them in order. At least my husband did. My husband did. Excuse me. When my husband became a police officer, he had to take an eye test and he had to put all the colors in a row. So it kind of made a wheel. But there was no 79 colors. That would make you crazy. So I think you should be able to narrow it down to family colors, colors within the same family. But a purple house on a block or whatever is just out to lunch for me. So that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
I
What is the pleasure of council in regards to this issue?
agree with Ms. Batchelor's comment about the colors. Unless I hear anybody that's crazy about the colors, I'd like to make a motion that we table this with the thought of giving it back to the planning board for them to narrow down the color schemes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That would be tabled. All right, next up, moving on, be our public comments on agenda items only. Anyone would like to have a comment on any agenda item? Thank you, Ron. You're welcome to come up. All right, doesn't seem there are, so we'll go on to the town administrator report. Mr. Ken, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things I want to point out tonight. Coming up on Wednesday, March 11th at the Community Center, the 904 Corridor Study will hold their final stakeholder meeting. This is not a meeting that's open to the public. It's just for the stakeholders that are involved in this project. A couple project updates I'd like to give. With regard to Catchment 7, the last water line was moved February 26th. As you know, along the way of doing that project, they ran into some unexpected utilities. The last water line was moved and Coastline was finishing up the work as recent as today. Parking, all standard parking spaces that are available have been opened and signed with paid parking signs along Main Street. And paid parking signs will be finished on East Main Street. I'm sorry, the signs have been ordered to finish East Main Street as well as the remaining LSV signs. Anybody that's seen where where parking spaces are still roped off, those spaces are currently under review, and we will make a determination if those are going to be repurposed or if those will be removed entirely. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Does any member of council got any questions for the administrator?
Mm-mm.
All right. Not, we'll move on. Next up is our presentations. Beach Patrol, Beach Rescue 2026, Mr. Claymore. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Stan, would you like to start this? Mr.
Making my grand entrance.
Okay, thanks,
Good
sir.
evening, everyone. Yes, it's good enough now. I'm here tonight to give you a brief overview of what our beach patrol operations look like as far as the police department. And then the fire department will come in after me. Richard's going to speak on what his role is on the beach during the season. All right, so our role will be code compliance. And the most common violations that we deal with on the beach, we'll deal with cabanas, the glass bottles, poles, dogs off the leash, e-bikes, emergency lane violations, and sand dune violations. That's basically what we deal with in as far as our role on the beach strand. This year, we're going to operate Easter week, which will be between April 3rd and April 11th. We'll have full patrols then, which will be during the, I think it's the Friday before Easter until the entire week till next Sunday. And then we'll go full time May 15th through September 30th, which coincides with Memorial Day through September. During those times, we'll have 2 officers on two code compliance employees on their strand from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., with one shift working from 6 a.m. to noon, and then being replaced from noon to 6 with a shift supervisor, which is Tracy. Tracy will be out there from periodically as needed to cover breaks, lunches, things of that nature. So there will always be someone on the beach. This year, we intend to have one employee focused on the area between 3rd and 27th. That is the most congested area. That's where most of the people are going to come onto the beach strand. That's where they have the most questions. That's where we can utilize one person there for a better part of the day. We're going to do we do the 6-hour shifts because of the heat, right? We can't expect someone to be out there in that heat for 12 hours a day. This year we intend to have some stationary patrols, so you'll see some people sitting in the gazebo area, not running up and down the beach strand. In the past couple years, we've gotten complaints from the public, from citizens about why are these patrol vehicles up and down the beach strand all day? What's going on? What's wrong? What's going on the beach strand? What's causing all this activity? So our intention is to try to calm that some and have them sit stationary and address things as needed. So code compliance is just not about enforcing the rules. It's about protecting people, supporting safety, and creating positive experiences. We don't want to ride up and down the beach looking like we're looking for violations all day. We just want to make sure everyone's having a good time while they're being safe, right? So we don't want to give off the perception that we are out there to have an unwelcoming presence. With the community, we also, with the public safety partnerships, we work with the fire and other partners to deal with missing children. We have a lot of missing children on the beach strand. We help with medical emergencies, and we just basically want to be ambassadors this year, where this group of people, the civilian staff, are educators and not enforcers. Our policy is going to be to maintain a friendly and helpful image. Code compliance will address violations no more than twice. If the issue is not corrected, employees will notify law enforcement. That's when the enforcement happens. All right, people have had their warnings, whether it be glass or holes or cabanas, whatever it may be. The code compliance personnel make 2 attempts to educate them on the violation. If they do what they're supposed to do, then the problem solved. If not, they call the police, and then we respond and take enforcement action. One thing that we're going to ask for in the next agenda is going to be an ordinance update to change the cabana time. Currently, the cabanas are supposed to be off of the beach strand by 7 p.m. And as all of you may know, or I'm sure you do know, it's still hot at 7. And people are still enjoying the beach. There's concerts at the pier sometimes, and people are still out there enjoying themselves. So we're going to recommend that you change the cabana time to sunset, which is more fluid. So if the sun sets at 8 or 8:15 or whatever the time may be, then that's when they have to be off the beach strand. Later in the year, it'll be 6 o'clock whenever the sun sets. And that's all we do. Yeah, that's it. That's not all we do, but that's a brief overview of what we do and how we intend to handle things this year. So, you guys have any questions for me at all?
Can you go back to that picture of the vehicle?
Maybe. I'm relying on Alan's expertise to get back there.
I think it was slide 1.
Yeah, he's getting it up.
I have an additional question while that's coming up.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there going to be any way during the season, like a QR code or a way to text, like if somebody's on the beach or they're somewhere and there's no one to contact, where they can easily get a message to police to let them know there's an issue to address. There used to be a QR code there that went to someone, not sure who. In a
The only
texting
QR codes
thing.
I'm aware of were QR codes that led people to rip current information. We've never had any kind of informational app or anything where a QR code could contact us.
Okay.
There was Text My Gov, which the town didn't renew that contract, and those text messages went to Vicky Todd. So then that would have to be relayed to, would likely come to me, and then I would relay it to the working patrols. The easiest way if somebody needs help is just to call 911.
Okay. I think people are, don't want to call 911 for certain things, but could they call the non-emergency number? Would that get to y'all in a timely manner or not really?
Well, if our office staff is here, then we'll be able to answer the phone. Well, what happens often is we'll come in Monday morning after being gone all weekend, and we'll have a message from Saturday morning at 10 that's not been checked.
So 911 is the only option.
911
Okay.
is a better option. If you need a police response or some kind of enforcement response, the best way to get a hold of us will be 911. And there's a lot of non-emergent calls that go there. They have a non-emergent number that you can call,
Okay.
but it goes to the same operators. They still answer the phone.
Okay.
Hello, this is 911. So.
Okay.
That's the vehicle is that an actual vehicle that
Yes,
belongs
ma'am,
to
that's one of
Sunset Beach? Okay. And that's the vehicle that we can expect to see on the beach strand, on the sand part, not a police vehicle.
Generally, if we have a call for service, some kind of emergent response, an altercation, and drowning, some kind of medical emergency, then you'll see full-size vehicles.
Sure.
Outside of that, we have no intention of having full-size vehicles on the strand.
You indicated that you all were looking at changing the ordinance so that you all can pick up the beach chairs, just the stuff that's left behind.
Yes, ma'am.
To change at sunset. So like when the sun is setting, that's the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Are y'all looking for something on that today for a decision to move ahead with noticing the public about the ordinance change, or what are we looking for?
I think the intention now was to make you aware that it's coming in the agenda for next month.
Okay.
So
Very good.
Member Council got any more questions for
and
Stan?
on that, right? We last year we had a beach sweep person who went out there every day at 7, and they would ask people to take down their cabanas or their chairs or whatever they may be, and not everyone was happy about that, right?
Mhm.
They were out swimming or walking down to their mailbox and come back and their cabana was gone or their chairs were gone because it was 7 o'clock. So I think it's a more welcoming thing to have to put it back. It'll save the town. I did a math on it this afternoon. It'll save us about $6,000 in labor and fuel for the season to not have that 7 o'clock beach sweep.
And it plays right into the concerts that come off the piers and start at 6, and they're not done until 7:30, 8 o'clock.
That's right.
And when the sun goes down, they're off the pier.
Right.
And that's
But that hard and fast 7 o'clock it's hard. It's hard to enforce. It's
I agree.
It was difficult. It caused some complaints from the public.
I think that's a good change.
I think so.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anything else?
Thanks, Stan.
I think Richard's gonna come up and
Yeah, Richard's next.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council.
Yeah.
So we're going to go over the beach rescue portion of the beach out there. Not many changes to our operation this year, but just a brief overview of what our plan is. And I've broken the machine. One job. I hit one button, I promise. Okay, so what we do out there, we provide ocean rescue, EMS services along the entire beach strand. We also promote water safety education and engage the public in outreach for both residents and citizens. Our staff, a nice photo of our staff out there that work hard all summer long. Super proud of them. Last summer, as you may know, we increased our staffing level by deploying three personnel daily from June to August. significantly strengthening the prior year of 2. So again, that's June through August, 3 people. And then what we do on a day-to-day basis, as you know, we maintain a presence around the pier. The pier area is our most significant, heavily populated area. As you know, the pier, just the structure of the pier creates hazardous rip currents a lot during our periods of high surf. So it's imperative that we keep 1, if not 2 people by the pier. A lot of days when it's yellow flags and specifically red, we keep 2 people there all day long, and it's really needed. Okay, a couple things we do out there. Number 1, and I think the most important thing we do is rip current awareness flags. So all 3 UTVs have flags. We have stationary flags. We added a few last year, but we've got them at 3rd, 9th, 16th, 29th, 34th, and 40th. So those flags change throughout the day depending on what the National Weather Service issues out for that day. A lot of times, specifically at Sunset Beach, some afternoons it goes from yellow to red or green to yellow. So depending on what the afternoon currents bring us. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the National Weather Service. So our employees report to the National Weather Service twice daily. They report what they see on the beach, and what that data is. It allows the National Weather Service to compose data about all the beaches along our area. And we have on their website, you can click the umbrella for Sunset Beach to get real-time data, what the current is. We try to push that out through the visitors on the beach. As you may know, we have chips and coins we like to pass out, and everybody's got their cell phone. They can zoom it, and it takes them right to the link. And it's just a great piece of data. And what we've noticed in talking to the citizens, a lot of people are starting to use that. So we're proud of that. But that's a little bit of the data that we collect. The strength of the rip currents, number 1, do we see any rip currents, the surf height, the longshore currents, and the directions. And every year, I think Captain Brown goes next month to Wilmington to visit the National Weather Service, where they bring in all their beach partners, and we talk about the data we collect and, number 1, how accurate is it, and kind of the trends we see. So great relationship with the National Weather Service. All right, training. One thing that we've successfully accomplished this year is training. So we've done a lot more training. This was actually last year, and we hope to continue this trend. So we hold weekly training sessions with staff. So we work on rescues, aggressive swimmer, radio usage, EMS drills. So once a week, Captain Brown takes the crew out, and we get together and train on something of that nature. As well as the weekly training. Every morning, the shift working does some type of daily training. So whether that's a pier swim, EMS training, protocol review, communication, something like that, they're getting together every morning doing that. All right, and one of the things we introduced this year for the first time ever, we held drills, swim training drills at the BCC pool. We've got a great partnership with those. They let us rent a lane for 1 hour, and recurring staff that's coming back year after year, they participated in that. It was great opportunity for everyone to stay in shape in the off season. All right, so for the 2026 season, we're going to match the PD's schedule, pending your approval, match their schedule out there the week of Easter. And then starting daily operations May 15th through September 30th at the hours of 10 a.m. to 5:30. And something I missed there, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on the Easter weekend, or Easter week, excuse me. And couple of things we asked for approval, something easy we can do. We've had some requests from citizens about adding a flag at the 19th Street beach access. We feel we've got great coverage as far as our awareness flags, but if we added one more at 19th Street for those outlying citizens on the end of the beach, I think that'd be a great addition. We can do that very inexpensive. We actually have the materials to do that. Very easy to do. All right, another change that I'll actually want to just throw that out there tonight, but you'll see this again during budget presentation, and we've we've talked about it for about a year now, is the no swimming signage at the pier. So you've probably seen us use a couple of different options there at the pier. We've been working on this project for at least a year. So that's going to be in front of you on Thursday. It's a bit of a monetary thing there, but I think it's going to be something that hopefully you support. And lastly, as Chief Ganis mentioned, we're going to reduce our UTV travel along the Strand. So similar to them, we're only going to allow large vehicles in the event of we do have to take it down there if we train on jet skis and things like that for training purposes, but day-to-day operations, no large vehicles, and then keep our UTV travel to a minimum throughout the day. So a little bit different where we are accustomed to patrolling throughout the day. We're going to slow that down quite a bit and do more stationary movements along the pier, along the beach. I'm sorry. And then that's all I've got.
Last year, when you had the UTVs, you put two people in a UTV, one to watch if you wish, watch the water, and the other one to look along the beach.
We did.
You're going to do the same thing this year?
Well, one of the things that didn't work for us last year, I presented to council, one of the things we wanted to do was, as Chief mentioned earlier, it's the beach is packed. So we thought it was a great idea to have one stationary person at the pier, and then when we do patrol in the buggies, have two people in the buggy, one to drive, one to spot. We started off the season that way. Unfortunately, the pier is so busy, sometimes we can't spare that second person, and we need that second person at the pier. So on days where the conditions may not be, or green flag days, we're going to keep that going, 2 per buggy. But if it's yellow or red, we're gonna need to keep 2, one on either side of the pier. So unfortunately, that didn't work as planned, but we still try to put that in play when we can.
Okay.
What's your take on why these signs would work to keep people away from the pier? Because to me, the pier has clear signage to stay away.
Mm-hmm.
There's been those signs out by the beach to stay away.
Mm-hmm.
And I witness the beach patrol, beach rescue constantly have to get people away from the pier.
Constantly.
So I'm curious your take on what these signs are going to do, because there's already a lot of signs out there that say that, and people are told that, and they just don't pay attention.
They do.
Or care, I guess.
I want to give you a good example of it, and something that's been bothering me since last year. As you know, Labor Day last year was a tough day for us. Perfect conditions for Sunset Beach. A lot of rescues that day. So we were on the beach, had 30 something rescues that day, and so after hours, 6 p.m., 6:30, the currents were still pretty bad. We had to send our crew home, so I remained on the beach for about an hour. As soon as our buggies left the beach, there was families next to the pier, under the pier swimming. So one of the goals that I think we'll be able to accomplish with this sign is it's going to be large, it's going to be prominent. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work, I hope it does.
Others are pretty prominent, but they don't pay attention. I don't get it.
It is. It is. Well, I'm searching for something that does work.
Okay.
That's the goal with this. Something that's large, something that's prominent, that's not taken down at the end of the day. Those signs we've used since we started doing the rescue program they haven't worked. But they've all been movable. We move them with the tides, but they just haven't worked. So I'm hoping a large sign. We've discussed putting a fine on the sign. Some locations put the $50, $200. I don't know if that would be a tactic we want to use, but other jurisdictions use it. But
it might work
I'm
if
up
you
for
actually
anything.
could ticket them, but would you is the thing. Would you saying that's only so good unless it happens.
I agree. But
It's also not very welcoming.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
I was
mention it
just
because
curious,
it is
because to me, the
Mhm.
folks are out there whistling to them. There's clear signage to me,
It is.
and people don't seem to
Mhm.
care. Or,
Mhm.
but when they
Chief-
get cut up by the barnacles on the pier, they'll care or get
That is
injured, other
That
ways.
is true.
Chief Childers, you mentioned no large vehicles. You're talking about trucks,
Pickup trucks.
pickup
yes, ma'am.
trucks.
Mhm.
So we won't expect to see any large trucks,
Not unless-
yours or from police, only if in a true emergency.
True emergency or a training session. As I said, we do go out, and if we bring the whole crew out, we'll put 4 or 5 in a pickup truck or something and tow in the jet ski. But other than that weekly training, we will not.
Great, perfect.
Can we have you send your presentation to Kimberly so we can get it on there, because we didn't have it, and that way it's also out there for the public. Thank you.
Chief, if you could clarify, you said there was on Labor Day, there was over 30 rescues, and I think I heard some gasps in the crowd. Clarify what those were.
So what those were, Labor Day was the perfect conditions where we had a east to west longshore current pulling very, very strong at the pier. It was one of our most populated days on the beach because it was just Labor Day weekend. So just call after call, and what happened, everyone that was swimming within 200 feet of the pier on the east side was getting pulled into the pier. So we tried to catch them before they got caught up in the pier. So that's what that was.
When something like that happens, I know we have backup folks in fire, but are there backup people in beach rescue when it's a rough day like that, or do y'all put flags out, no swimming? What do you,
So what that is, we had some off-duty beach rescue people that we called in that day. We're lucky we've got a few that spend time on Sunset Beach in the other programs, specifically Turtle Watch, and they were on the beach anyway. So we put them to work that day. They were gracious enough to help us out. We can use off-duty firefighters and things like that. And then myself, Captain Brown, will jump in the water as well.
Would that be something like that, though, where you put flags up for no swimming in that area?
So yes.
Do you change the flag for that?
Yes, we do. We do.
Yeah. And it amazes me the people that don't realize the flag. I think any education on that is good because a lot of people don't realize the flag system.
That's right.
Chrissy, are you saying you're suggesting a flag just for that specific area? Because, for instance, it might not be a red flag.
Well, there's a flag right there when you come down the gazebo walkway. If it was east of the pier, it's right there, right at it, is what I'm saying. So I'm just curious what that flag was that day. If that goes to a no swim, if you're having 30 rescues.
I'm pretty sure it was a red flag day.
Yeah. So,
or we changed it to red.
Yeah.
Chief, you don't have the authority to order people out of the water there, do you?
We don't.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
We don't.
You can suggest very well.
We suggest the whistle works great, but
okay.
Yeah.
Member of council have anything else for him? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chief.
All right, next we'll be moving on to new business, resolution for the American Shore and Beach Preservation. Mr. Claymore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In front of you is a resolution for you to consider commemorating the 100th anniversary of the American Shore and Beach Preservation Association.
Pleasure of council in regards to this resolution.
Christy may want to say something about it.
Yeah,
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to recommend it. I am the representative for the Brunswick Shoreline Protections Consortium, and they asked at our meeting this past month that each town pass this resolution, and it's to help with various shore and beach preservation and looking at all kind of activities they do, from research to everything else. And it's going to be published throughout the state and even in Washington, D.C. So it's a motion that we were asked to bring to Sunset Beach to approve and send to them. So if no other comments, I would like to move that we motion to approve it.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on next, resolution allowing electronic bid advertisements. Go ahead, Ken.
Mr. Mayor, before you is a resolution to consider to allow electronic advertising of invitations to bid on the town website. This was brought up by Councilwoman Batchelor during a class that she took on ethics at the start of her term, and is now being presented to you for consideration.
Question about this?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
if we go along with only publicizing our all our requests for bids through electronic methods, presently a lot of the people who do look at our bids are looking at the Brunswick Beacon through the normal pages. Is there any thought of putting out one page, maybe right now or this month, saying, hereafter, if you're looking for any bids through Sunset Beach, please go to your website and look for it. Otherwise, they're not going to see anything. They're not going to know we're doing anything.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Councilman Postle. I think that's easily accomplished.
Any more questions? Not with the pleasure of council in regards to this.
I had a comment.
Go ahead.
I did hear about this at the League of Municipalities training that we attended. There was a breakout session about technology and how to use it to improve process flow, workflow, cost. And in looking at some of our publications that do have to go out, sometimes we're waiting a week to 2 weeks before we can publicize to even start our timeline. So it's something that we're looking at to improve our processes, to not have that waiting period. A lot of towns are going to this. It's also going to save us about $8,000 across a year in doing this. So in talk with our deputy clerk, it's something that is being used wisely, and I feel like we should do this. We still can advertise things if we choose to at any time, Mike. But it also is stuff when we need something to go out quickly or be done or handled, we can actually do the notice and move along versus it sometimes taking a month for something to process through.
Ms. Batchelor, I'd like to thank you for your diligence on this and finding this and bringing this to our attention. I think it's a very worthy idea.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution allowing electronic advertising on invitations to bid on the town's website.
Second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, RFQ on on-call engineering services. Go ahead, Ken.
Mr. Mayor, this is part of our ongoing look at contracted services that we have for the town. So before you is an RFQ for engineering services, for on-call engineering services. If approved, this would be advertised. We've got an issue date of March 3rd, so we would get this out as soon as tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Would this be the first one beyond the electronic form of requests?
Likely so. We would like to still do what your recommendation was to try to put an ad in the Beacon, but it will go out electronically. Most of our stuff does go out electronically as well as in the print version.
Anyone else have questions? If not, what's the pleasure of council?
Mr. Mayor, hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I think we ought to just take a look at real quick in regards to this, and that is the AASHTO standards. And basically, let me just read this to you real quick. It's a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization representing Department of Transportation, DOTs, Puerto Rico, DC. It sets a technical standard and specifications and guidelines for things like highway design, construction, materials to ensure safe, integrated for the national transportation system. It's just something we need to think about. And if we just want to add something in this agreement or this contract that we also would appreciate them using or applying AASHTO standards, I think it's something we ought to just think about. Because I believe in the past we've had to go back and redo a contract or two because the AASHTO standards were not applied originally when they were writing something up or writing a bid up or a plan. It's just something for y'all to think about. That's all.
What are the standards? What? I'm not familiar.
Okay, the purpose of this, I'll just read it to you. Develops, maintains, operates. It's part of the U.S. transportation infrastructure, includes highways, bridges, rails, and transit. It sets standards or creates standards for material testing, construction practices, and designs often used by state transportation agencies, contractors, and engineers. It's a collaboration between DOTs and the Federal Highway Administration. And AASHTO was founded in 1914. It's part of the American Association of State Highway Officials. Like I say, it's just something we ought to think about as far as adding like another technical aspect into these, if we have to do, come up with something later on, for instance, like what we had down here in front of the town park or something like along that line.
Comment? Not with pleasure of council. In regards to the RFQ,
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we authorize the town administrator to advertise the RFP. Actually, I think it's an RFQ.
It's a queue.
It's an RFQ. And then to receive our bids accordingly.
do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on next, proposed municipal ordinance amendment, criminal history background checks for the town of Sunset Beach applicants or employees. Mr. Claymore.
Mr. Mayor, what's in your packet are a copy of two general statutes that talk about criminal record checks for municipalities, and this is in particular for fire department employees. While the fire department has been doing criminal history checks of applicants as long as I've been here, this will allow the police department to fingerprint applicants. And the statute outlines that fire departments or local candidates, so candidates that are from North Carolina, there is an option to do a background without a fingerprint check. But if they were to have an applicant from out of state, a fingerprint check is the best method. Additionally, those local checks are not going to give us a nationwide reach, whereas a fingerprint is going to give us a nationwide reach. In order for us to do this for the fire department, in the packet is a proposed ordinance that would cover us for doing those prints for the fire department.
Pleasure of council in regards to this.
I have a question, or
ahead.
maybe it's just a point of clarification. Since this is a municipal code change, you check with the attorneys and we can do this tonight. We can, as long as it passes by 2/3, is that?
That is correct. As long as we get at least a 2/3 vote, then this is the proper way to introduce this.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pleasure of council.
Make a motion that we adopt the background checks.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is the town of Sunset Beach ABC board travel policy. Mr. Claymore.
Mr. Mayor, this is a request from the ABC board to adopt the town of Sunset Beach's travel policy so that it would apply to the members of the ABC board.
Got any questions on that? I know Mr. Brown is not voting on this one if he includes himself from this, but other than that, any questions? If not, pleasure of council.
Mr. Mayor, I think in order for Commissioner Rahm to recluse himself, I think we have to have a motion to allow him not to vote, just to make it more clear. So I'll make the motion for Mr. Rahm to recluse yourself from voting on this since you have a conflict of interest.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Now go ahead. Is that the motion for this too?
Well, I'll make the motion to approve the Sunset Beach ABC Board's usage of the town of Sunset Beach's travel policy.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Next up, council regular meeting schedule. We have Mr.
Mr.
Claymore.
Mayor, if you recall, this item was tabled at the special council meeting where it was brought up on February 13. So I'm asking that we consider revisiting this conversation about changing the time of regular monthly meetings, which is currently set for 7 p.m., to a time that better supports public participation and the availability of staff. The previous recommendation, I believe, was 1 o'clock. Is that what
2
we're
o'clock.
talking about? 2 o'clock with closed sessions being held at 1 p.m.
I've got an issue with the afternoon of 1 or 2, only because we have a lot of people that work and they can't be at this session. They can view it, but they're not going to be able to view it at the time anyway, because they're probably not in front of a computer at their job, but eventually they see it. But it precludes them from actually coming here and speaking to us on a particular issue. And I know there's an issue also of saying, well, we have them at 7 o'clock and it's dark. However, if we take a look at what we moved it to 5, you take a look this coming weekend, the clocks are moving forward, which means we get another day of daylight, and we're also gaining 1 to 2 minutes a day for the next 28 days, at least added to the clock. So we're looking at almost an hour and a half clearance for the darkness issue, at least from now until September or so. And I think leaving it at 5 o'clock and allowing the people who actually work in this community, part-time, full-time, whatever, the opportunity to actually come here and speak to us is more important than juggling to a time frame. I realize we were talking also about the staff and using their time here. However, if we juggle our agenda accordingly, like we did today, to a certain extent, we get the staff issues up front and then we exclude them immediately, because most of them are not being paid overtime anyway. Only, I believe, our deputy clerk. So I think that that's the most reasonable issue in my mind, is move it to 5. We'll do our early closed sessions at 4 and start at 5 and finish by 7:30. By then it's still daylight.
I think that 2 hours, moving it forward 2 hours would be still a substantial benefit versus starting at 7 p.m. I would not disagree with that.
You know, last Thursday, Mayor Phillips and Administrator Claimer and I attended a meeting. It was a very lengthy meeting. We listened to a doctorate of economics, and he talked about the wealth that's coming into Brunswick County. And his evidences that he said that our wealth from Brunswick County is coming in from retirees. It's coming in from investment. That's not to say that we don't have working people, but it does clarify that the majority of our people are they're retirees. In today's society, we can watch this meeting anytime you want to watch it. I grew up in an era where we watched the Waltons on Thursday night, and if you missed it, you missed it. That was before we binged on shows, and I make that funny because what we do up here, anybody can see. Town council meetings are not where we have a sense of urgency, where somebody's got to right now decide something. We've put in 2 new things for our community to give us information, to give us feedback. One being the portal that they can put in anytime they want to communicate with us. We also have the week before our meeting to have our public forum. You know, we want to make sure that we are engaged in our public. Before I sat up here, I sat in the audience, and I'm looking out now. A lot of people that I see are retirees. I don't see many people that are working. I think that our town administrator has asked for a recommendation to be more efficient. And we know that you're looking out for us to be more efficient. You've not asked us for anything. You've not complained one time. And you stepped into a mess. And you've asked us for one thing, and I support the time change to be earlier. If you can meet at 5, you can meet at 4. If you can meet at 4, you can meet at 3. If you can meet at 3, you can meet at 2. But again, I feel like we need to support you in this.
One thing, and I appreciate you talking about the wealth of this community and everything else, but we are all talking about adding more businesses up and down here to try to get a stabilization. Those people, more businesses means more people working day jobs. And the more they are here, the more we're going to have to establish the fact that they have a chance to speak for us too. That's why I'm looking and moving it to 5. I'm not saying 7. 5 is fine. And like I said, we do our closed sessions at 4 if we have them. So I think 5 with the possibility of 7 o'clock. Most of the meetings will be over except for well, maybe even today. But I strongly suggest 5, but the majority has to decide.
You want us to go down?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. No. I didn't know if Billy had anything to work in this way. Anything?
I mean, you can go ahead.
I think 2 to me is just kind of early. I think 5, I agree with Mr. Posel, 5 o'clock, I think would be a decent time. We come in at 4 and do our closed sessions. That way, like as stated, anybody who is working and they get off at 5, they would have time to go over here, hopefully, and be able to speak if they wanted to speak.
I have some thoughts. I've gotten a lot of feedback from people, and I appreciate everybody that's filled out stuff on the portal. We've gotten, I think, 111 or so comments back on that, so it's been very successful. Again, would like to thank Kimberly for her work on that. It's been very useful for us in receiving comments. That's one way you can respond at any time. We all get it. It goes out to department heads. It's communicated widely to us weekly. It's communicated again at meetings. Emails, we're available via email. We're available via phone calls. We also have the public comment section the week before that folks are able to feedback to us. I feel like due to all of these avenues that people are able to utilize now, we are having less people come. Typically, tonight was a big night due to a special recognition we had, but we are having less folks, I feel like, that come to some of our meetings. I feel like due to all of those avenues, and the feedback I have received has been more in favor of the 2 p.m. slot than the normal slot. So just for what it's worth, I did get responses on all scenarios involved of what time it could be. And I do feel like if it's we're trying to let folks know ahead what's on the agenda to move forward. But I would, my support would be to support Ken's recommendation for this to be at 2 to assist staff as well.
Just a question. Now we're having a public meeting at 2, a week before the regular meeting at 2 on Monday, right? We have a public forum on a Wednesday or Thursday before.
At 3:30.
3:30. So everybody comes in at 3:30 if they want to talk.
Correct. If they or they can do the portal, or they can email us. All those ways get it to us. Really in the same way.
Well, I haven't gotten emails from people regarding time change.
Oh, yeah, well, I have.
No.
Oh, gosh, I've gotten 58 comments.
I
Yeah.
tend to see people face to face in a lot of places I go.
Yeah.
And I'd say that majority of them are saying 5 o'clock sounds like a reasonable one. But, they're not about to get on an email to me anyway, because I don't ask them to do so. Okay.
Sean, you got anything?
Yeah, I just want to say I agree. 5 o'clock is a good time. There's 7 is a good number, but let's try something new. Let's try 5 o'clock. Let's see how it works out. Let's see who shows up, and we're gonna try some new things. That's the bottom line. I mean, I'm fine with 5 o'clock.
All of you give you information, so somebody just needs to bring a motion.
Well, I'm going to make a motion
Go ahead.
that we move our regular council meeting to commence at 3:30, effective at our next council meeting. And additionally, I'd like for our public forum meetings that are on Wednesday, for them to be all on Wednesday and not to go to the Thursday, since you're not.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's my motion.
I think that motion would have to include the subsequent meetings as well. So we change the calendar.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
You opposed?
Oppose,
Nate?
oppose. I do.
Opposed.
So, all right. Well, that takes that down.
2-3.
2-3. Yep. All right. Anyone else want to make a different motion or?
Well, I'll make a motion that we start our regular meetings at 5 o'clock with the idea that 4 o'clock would be for a closed session. And for now, for the foreseeable, for the rest of the year, subject to change.
You put all that in the motion.
Do I have a second?
Well, question,
Go
is
ahead.
that gonna
We gotta have a
include
second.
the Wednesday, moving them
We need
all
to
to
have a
Wednesday at 3:30?
Yeah,
Mike?
Wednesday, 3:30 is not the issue. I'm talking about the regular
Right.
schedule.
Do I have a second on top of that?
I'll second that motion.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? Nay.
That's 3-2. We're gonna try that. If I got that.
So moving the Wednesday, all of them to Wednesday at 3:30.
3:30 Wednesday, 5 o'clock Mondays, where we're at now. On our
We hope to have-
regular scheduled meeting.
And we hope to see some new
To see-
faces.
yeah, to
Since
see if
we're
it-
offering this, we want
see
to
what
see
makes
new
the difference.
faces. We want the house packed with all these people coming at 5.
Yes. All right, next up, budget amendment, revenues and expenditures in government body, police department, fire department. Go ahead, Ken. Well, actually, this is Tara's, but you gonna take care of this one?
I can,
Since
Mr.
it's all
Mayor.
wrote up, yeah.
Yeah, this was written
Yeah,
up by our
cleaned
finance
everything.
director, Tara Nichols, which shows you for this budget amendment where these revenues will come from. None of this is coming out of fund balance. It's prior collection of ad valorem tax, grants from the police department, donations, sales of surplus item, disaster recovery funds from Hurricane Helene, and other miscellaneous revenues. The expenditure lines will be for the governing body, police department, and fire department. Again, no appropriation from fund balance.
Didn't remember, Council, any questions?
got a
Go ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the expenditures for the governing body. How did we go up? If we are the governing body on this dais?
How do we go up on what?
Well, there's expenditures up almost $7,000 on
So-
salaries.
So you all, as a council, last time, you all decided that you were not going to take a salary. So that was taken out of the budget. However, you all did take a salary. You got a check. Y'all just kept on going, didn't send it back or anything. So the budget was cut in half. And you all forgot that you voted for that. So the money's now upside down.
I think the problem was in the and is the fact that only 2 people on this dais back then agreed to not take their money. The others did not. And I think there was a little confusion, and I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
The budget director didn't know that.
Yeah.
You all voted,
It was
Myself and him
are the only
didn't
two.
want to check.
Yeah.
but
But
you
the
all
other ones
continued
did.
to get the check
We
done.
ended up
Yeah,
talking
they
to the
ended up
others.
paying
Yeah.
the December check.
Right.
So that left us unbalanced. So
Okay. I just,
So to not get paid, you have to fill out an official form through HR not to get paid. They can't just not pay you because you
Okay.
say you don't want to get
Right.
paid. So that's why we were upside down. 'Cause
Correct.
My first meeting with Tara, I'm like, how did we get decreased the same people? And just so you know, what we make, because I think people think we make all kind of crazy money. We make I know I make $183 a month. So just so you know, so we're not making it, just so you know, don't think we're up here making money. We're not. It comes to about, I jokingly tell Ken, 25 cents an hour.
All right. What's the pleasure of council in regards to this budget amendment stuff?
I make a motion that we approve this budget amendment to recognize the additional revenues and adjust multiple budget lines.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed. Okay. Next up will be Catchment 7 project. Change order 2, number 2, and number 4.
Mr.
I think
Mayor,
everybody received that here today, so it wasn't in our agenda packet. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, what's before you is the change orders for the Catchment 7 project. As I mentioned in the town administrator report, there were some things that they ran into in the construction phase that caused them to have to move some water lines. So these change orders are for the material and labor to move those water lines.
Were the water lines identified in the initial drawings that the engine, I guess it was McGill and Associates was involved in this project?
Correct. They looked at drawings or maps, if you will, from the county, and they did not realize that those water lines were there until they started digging, and then they ran into them. So this that's why we have this change order in front of us, because those water lines had to be moved in order for them to finish this project.
So is this work that's been done, or are we going to, this is the work?
This is work that's been done.
Okay.
They're moved.
And I think this goes back to the importance of us making sure to get from our engineering firm accurate maps after every project, because many properties on the mainland and the island, as much money as we pay on surveys and all this work being done, they're not up to date, and they need to be. And we cannot rely on the county maps to be accurate for everything. I know through many things on the island, I've seen it where they're wrong. They're clearly wrong, and we spend so much money on surveys that that we need to make sure we get from them accurate maps.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Pleasure, council.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the change orders number 2 and number 4 with Coastline Contracting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Next up, shallow draft navigation dredging assessment, waiver acceleration request. Mr. Claymore.
Before you is a request for a waiver and first installment deferral for 416 Marlin Street, similar to what we've had in previous requests.
Pleasure, council. For any questions?
We've done this in the past.
Yeah.
The last 4 months almost. I don't see why would this be a problem this time. I'd just like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this waiver of acceleration request.
Second.
Second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on. Dispositions of directives. Does anybody have anything that needs to be added either toward our next meeting or to a future meeting?
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Go
few
ahead.
things. The Cabana ordinance change, I'd like to add that for the April agenda. And I'd also like to add policy approval for consideration of vehicle use policy and also a random drug testing policy.
That note to be on our April. What is the date on that meeting?
April 6th.
Yep.
I would like
Anything
to add,
else?
I
Go
would
ahead.
like to add about maps that we get a presentation from, if we have to, McGill on our maps, where we're at on that, if they do not provide those to you within the month of March.
And are we looking at Majestic Oaks? Is I can't remember the gentleman's name that presented to us. Is he coming to? We talked about putting him
Yes,
on
he
April
is.
10th.
He will be here
Yeah,
on the
okay.
April 6th agenda to
So,
present
yeah.
on Majestic Oaks.
And also to continue on with our request for proposals or qualifications for all, well, this would be for proposals for auditing and for banking. Can we continue with those two and perhaps have those on our agenda?
Want them
For-
on April? agenda?
I believe I would like to have it. Auditing, we need to make a decision soon because we need to contract out with the firm for that. In banking, I've since learned that we've been with our banking financial institution for a while. So I don't think we're under any contract with them.
Just to see what's out there.
Yes.
Where we're at. We'll put that on April 6th too.
And also, can we talk about the community center usage? What is the plan for the community center? Is it to, what is our plan? I don't know that anybody knows what our plan is, and it would be nice to know, since we've taken in this piece of property, we're maintaining this piece of property, what are we doing with it?
Put that on April 6th too.
Thank you.
Unless something changed from there. Anything else? If not, we'll be moving on to our public comments. Anything anybody like to come up and speak about, you're more than welcome to come to the microphone. State your name, address, and if this clock will work, I'll set it at 30 minutes. We got to get a battery for this future outline. About dead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Lori Thomas Vass. I live at 620 Kingfisher Lane, Sunset Beach, North Carolina. I came here in February and talked to you guys about my need to pull my fish cart down the easement there at Tubbs Inlet so I can fish. I'm here back again talking to you about that same thing.
This one.
I think
I
we
think
had,
this one,
we
we
had
had them in our
Yeah, we got 'em.
mailbox.
I wanted to make sure that you did. At our last meeting, or the last time I was here, the chief wanted to have some time to study this issue that I'm talking about. And I sent the chief some documents that he could look at. This picture that you have is where I used to walk down a beach and fly fish, which is an unusual thing to do at our coast. And once those folks put the bags in there, it scoured it out and I can't fish there anymore. So I think that the solution for me, anyways, to get my fish cart down the easement is to say to the folks that want your help in getting a grant to dredge, look, if you want our town council agency, then open back up your access, which I walked down for 10 years. So what I'm asking the council to do is help a citizen get access back to Tubbs Inlet, where there's now a gate and a fence. That's a very simple request to a citizen. And they want your help to get a grant. Well, in exchange for that, help a citizen get access to where I used to fish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Chris Bauman, 417 40th Street. I hate these. Anyway, I think it's a really good decision that you're changing the meetings to 5 p.m. Did I get that right? 5 p.m. Okay. And I don't think anybody discussed this or thought of this, but you have at least one council member I know that works full time, and he wants to be able to make the meetings. And that's another thing that I think needs to be kept in consideration. We also have a mayor that I understand that owns a company. He also works. I think we have to keep in consideration the people, our elected officials were voted on, you're in office, and we need you to be able to attend the meetings. And that's why I think 5 o'clock is probably a good compromise.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Tracy Jones, 418 29th Street. A couple things. I read the monthly reports for the police, and we have 770 calls that are under a category called special checks. And I just wanted like a definition put in somewhere what that means, special checks. I also want to thank the fire department. I believe it was their monthly report where they have split out within the town, outside of the town, and what is it called?
Mutual aid.
Mutual aid. So I appreciate that. The background checks, I just wanted to clarify on that because the agenda says it's for applicants and employees, but is it just for the police or is it for all applicants or employees for the town? I don't know if you can answer that.
I would be happy to answer you.
Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer you. So the background checks or that ordinance will cover all employees.
Okay.
So if we hire a new police chief, we want to be sure that that new police chief is fingerprinted. If we hire a new town clerk, we want to be sure that this ordinance will cover that. Also, special checks. Let me talk about that real quick.
Okay.
So I require the officers when they're on patrol, if they drive through your neighborhood, that they document that they were there, and they consider that a special check. So if they drive down your street 2:30 in the morning, they're going to mark that they were there. They'll probably do it by subdivision. It's easier to do it that way because they'll spend a little bit of time there. This way, if you call the next day and you say, "Oh my gosh, something happened in my neighborhood," we'll know that an officer that was there around 2:30, and we can go back and watch their in-car camera to see if they caught something.
Okay.
That's why there's so many special checks.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then the last one, I'm putting this out that hopefully at one of our meetings that you could discuss it. But with the prior town administrator, I had asked her about the parking at Dave's and the right turn lane and the straight lane wherein the cars are pulling a boat and you're in the right turn lane, you have to wait for them to go. So, because of the thing. And she had told me that they were going in to get the right turn lane to make it a straight or a right turn lane and get rid of the straight lane. So I didn't know if we were still proceeding that way or.
That's a DOT road.
Yes.
So it's the first I've heard of that. I don't like it
Okay.
either. The parking design that is there
Uh-huh.
is a mess. It's the best way that I can describe it because you're right. If you want to go straight, you kind of have to jog out and around. And if I'm pulling a good sized boat, it makes it a little bit more challenging. It would be up to the DOT to make that change. And I don't know
Yeah.
if any
Okay. 'Cause
request has been made.
she said that they were going to ask the state about changing, getting rid of the straight lane and having straight or right turn so that people can go straight.
So it would essentially take it down into one lane,
Mhm.
which could create significant
Right. And that's
congestion.
what I was thinking, the backup,
Yeah.
so, but I was just wondering, if we're not going to pursue that, are we going to pursue anything to try to fix? So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on anything? All right, if not, we're looking to go to closed session pursuant to 143-318-11A3 to consult with the attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I make a motion, we come out of closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, all right, now we'll be moving on to action from the closed session. Coming out of closed session, Illumina Fairways. I will entertain a motion for the council to take action on matters discussed in closed session. And in regards, we'll entertain a motion for council to ratify, approve, and authorize the mayor to sign the settlement agreement between Riptide Building Management, LLC, STGR Development, LLC, and the town of Sunset Beach dated February 17th, 2026. Do I have a motion from the council?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Also coming out of closed session, Cobblestone Creek. I will entertain a motion to the council to approve and authorize the mayor and the interim town administrator to sign the settlement agreement and deed of emergency access easement with the town of Seaside, LLC, pertaining to emergency access for the Cobble Creek development, with the final signed version will be provided upon receipt of compliance and all requirements to the Brunswick County Fire Marshal. Do I have a motion on this?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's all coming out of closed session. Other than that, that should be the end. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.